Oh, am I back? Just gonna reconnect again. I don't want to get banned. Yeah, when it's raining heavily, it's just bad connection galore. Oh, 网路。不好。哦，网络。So it's like 网络。Yeah, there it is. 不好。Because they're speaking Chinese all the time. Gay gun. Oh man. Let me just tell them, yeah. 不好意思。Divinity 2 definitely cut different game than Original Sin 2 is an older RPG where you can turn into a dragon and fly around in places. It takes a while to unlock and there isn't much to it. So it's like a 2 where you can experience the game in a more casual way, I think. Like learn the game inside out? Question mark? Something like that. To my understanding. Alright, there's gonna be an AWP here, I'm tell you. AWP? Nah, not this time. Hey! Hey! Thank you. Ooh.
别拖时间。跑家直接跑回家，橙色给你堵着门在。
It's more like that you can interact the game on a different level as a dragon, so it doesn't melt together super well. Oh, that makes sense. Look left. Look to your left. I'm scared. Oh my god, that gives me so much anxiety. The hostages has been rescued. Wouldn't it be brutal that we need to rescue 2 hostages to win? That would be very brutal. Ah crap, I got stuck. Yikes. Oh, wait, I'm back here again. Ow. Going here.
我去打了一枪头，拿水给他扣他，一枪头打了。
Look at that! I did good. I'm surprised I didn't shoot at hostage too much now. I'll take it. The Eye of the Dragon is an even older RPG that's a bit like a Magic Carpet, also a game where you can choose between 3 dragons. Huh. Those games are like the recently polished ones from those I know. It feels like only the older games implement like games with dragons, question mark? Is it just me? Wait for me, don't rush in. Damn! I cover. I'm gonna cover that guy. Run! I got you! Damn, good shit. Yeah, it feels like old games has like most of the old game, not most now, but usually when there's like dragons in game, it's like from the old games. It's kind of funny. In the newest game, because it's hard to rig, I guess. When I'm trying to rig my own dragon character, I almost had a stroke. And just the bare bone amount of rig already gave me a stroke.
哎呀
Not.
镇压了。
Ah. Damn, they're rushing. Woohoo. Maybe it's hard to rig, but it's sad. We need more dragon games. True. We don't really get a lot of dragon games out there. If like there's a dragon game, it's always just visual novel, which I get. There's no need. No, visual novel is just writing, a lot of writing, which also needs a lot of work, but it doesn't involve in like technical issues like riggings and shit. It involves like most of the problem you're gonna face is the writing good. You know, you don't need to think about technical issues like if the dragon rig is broken, are they intersecting with each other? It's just a little bit less to think about. Although again, I will reiterate that I'm not saying being a writer is easy. I never mentioned that. It's well, even being a writer is hard. I don't even know how to write. So yeah. Mark 7. Oh. Nice. No, don't use the knife. There are a bunch of games for the dragon you control as a person on its back. That too, yeah. It's just a shame, really. Desert Eagle. Got him. Got him. Woohoo! Footsteps. Yeah. I wanted to come back here. I realized I rushed too far out. Oh. Desert Eagle doesn't have a lot of bullets in there. Makes me feel scared. I need guns with bullets. Uh-oh. Why do I get like technical timeout? People get it but not me? Excuse me? Prejudice? They don't like a kobold? Yeah, also like in terms of like games that has a rider on a dragon's back, You know, most of it is still dragon, but having a human on it, bleh, I hate it. That means a dragon is being bullied. You know what I mean? Dragons being forced to do stuff, not having free will. I don't like that. I don't like it. I like a free dragon being able to do anything it wants. What is that? Homer Simpson's be? What do you mean Homer Simpsons? What do you mean Homer Simpsons? Woo! Okay. Okay. Thanks, TriTube. Woohoo! I can recreate that. Is it true that every gun needs to like cock it once before you can use it? Is that true? I don't think so. Yeah, it's really air for that one. I don't like it. See, I know this is a good place to hide now. Try to get that hostage again. I dare you. Non-tier question mark?
压进去了。
哦，
人带走了，我操！
Ooh.
这哪手啊？这匪徒啊！
Someone's mad. Right, the dragon is just a... I want to just a dragon with nothing else. With no one else on top. How about that? You know? Like, that would be great. You know what I mean? You saw me? Alright, fair. Man, they're going in tactical shotgun. Bing, bing, bing. Like Charlie going in. Maybe I should try that. No, maybe I should try that. You have that already. Huh? What do I have? Just a dragon doing dragon things? Yeah. Hey, look at that Negif. That's a... I don't like that skin. That Negif is giving me anxiety. Why? That Negif is giving me anxiety. I hate it. Hi, Raxus. Like, come Counter-Strike more. I know you're working, but do you want Counter-Strike? I know you're working though, but do you want Counter-Strike? Smart. That's good smoke, right? More smoke. become addict, need help. Nah, I need help with someone helping me to win. That's what I need. I want to win. Hey, yo, you're burning someone there? Woohoo! Smoke! Yeah, how about you help me win, Roxas? Oh, you know what? I wanted to play a game now. Oh shit, I want to play it. Remember the game Paladin? Oh, I want to play that because I have 2 dragon skins in there and I want to show it. And the Roxas gonna be like, what, Paladin? If I remember correctly, Roxas always asked me if I want to play Paladins back then. Yula! Oh, sorry. Hey! Ooh, nice. Negative, baby. Didn't hear? Okay, all good. All good. Don't worry about it. What dragon? Okay, I'll tell you about it. Paladins. I have 2 dragon skin. Remember like a few years back, there's like a dragon skin hype in Paladins? Yeah, that. I bought the battle pass just for the dragon skins. Shake my head. Yeah lah, shake your head lor. I know lah. I know I like dragon ma. I wanna play Paladins. Yeah, I wanna play Paladins back. Anyone here? Nah. Nah. Hey! I think there was lag. What is that gun sound? Flash? Oh, flash? More smoke? Okay. Oh shit! Wait, texture cobalt for you? What? You're not even a cobalt, what do you mean? Unless you want to become one, then by all means, but... Do you have a cobalt model? Just know that I'm not good at retexturing. Like, fair warning, alright? 30 seconds. Why? Oh, you're gonna check CT spawns to see if someone's AFK? Damn! Alright. I'm gonna go the other way. Woo! This guy's too good. Careful, don't shoot your own teammate. You were aiming at your own teammate! That sounds like decoy. Yikes. Oh, BP Bijong. It's VRC. I can switch around. You mean a VR chat model? No. If it's a VR chat model, yeah, I probably can work with that. I guess you could send me the file and see what I can do. Yeah, I'm being generous here. I can work for you. Don't panic, I smoked that one. Ooh, 大G. Hi, Smokey. Oh, under the 大 G. Okay, Russian. No, we are supposed to protect the hostage. Well, protect the most. I don't know. QT. Huh. Yeah, I'll take it. How are you doing, good Smokey? Welcome in. Thanks for the head pet. I like. It's time to sniper them back. Look, seriously, I cannot. Like, I'm not even lying. I'm not even doing a haha JK. No, I sincerely cannot just. I can. I really cannot snipe for the life of me. Someone there? Gonna see if I can get their back. Woohoo! 小鸡咕咕咕。Like you want I can try play I can try to play op for you once. That's a big one. I can show you my op power, which is, oh nah, no more. GG. Hookah. The quad. Wow, stinky. Zero competitive matches won. Yeah, I'm really bad at the office. Actually, how about this? I want to buy a skin because one of my friends showed me something. I'm gonna go to the market. my god, Stinky! There's a gun that has dragons on it. What is it called again? Weapon. It's a dual Beretta. And it's like a double dragon thing. Colony. Driftwood. Buying 20k skin? Nah, you see I'm going for this one. Souvenir, stain, oil change, ventilators. There should be a dragon in there. What? Oh, there it is. There, look at that. 115 minimal wear. 1 ringgit 15 cents. So I look at. Oh, I mean, inspect in game. Damn. 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 Yeah, my friends showed me this one. It's like, fuck, I want it. Oh. Oh. Guys, sorry. I want to go toilet real quick. When the cold brew hits once more. Alright, this. I'll be right back. Looks cool. I know, right? It's really good. But I can take a small break. When the cold brew hits, it hits hard. Well, in the meantime, you guys can look at this. The gun is called small break. There we go. Alright, look at this gun while I go take a break real quick. Alright. Sorry about that. I promise I didn't drink coffee though, but when the cold brew hits. Alright, be right back. Oh, wow, 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 wow. I'm big. I'm big. I'm big. It took a while. Also, remember that I mentioned that it was raining very heavily just now? Yeah, and now it's like sunny as hell and the floor is already dry. Thanks, Malaysia. She returns. Kobo speak. Oh, what's this? Somebody requests to buy at this amount or lower? I'm willing to spend 15 ringgits on skins because 15 ringgit is the least I can put into Steam Wallet. Just for this once, I gotta spoil myself and just buy some dragon skins because why not? Am I right or am I right? I can just buy now, right? Yeah, I want to buy now. I don't want to wait. So while I get some funds in my Steam wallets, let me do this real quick. Just want to hide my information. The old dragon trap. No, it's not a trap. It's not a trap. It's not a trap. I like dragons. That's it. It's not a trap. It's not a trap. Purchase. Look at that. I got the Steam wallet now. I don't know if it will show my... I don't know if it will show my personal information though. Okay, let me buy this once in... Oh, sorry. In this screen. Let me see when I press purchase. Do I just get... Oh, it's just in my inventory immediately. So it will not show any of my personal information. That's pretty good. Okay, give me a second. Let me go here. Alright, let's browse some skins together. So I could honestly just cancel this one and just search for... Okay, I'm gonna search for the guns I'm gonna use the most. Negev. Negev. Negev, and let's try to search for... I wonder if there's any dragons on Negev. None? Jesus. Hiya. Okay, how about this? Just search for dragon. How about this? What did I get? Sticker? It's such price range. Dragon's Keep, Dobreda. Dragon Tech? Scar Dragon Tech? Ooh, look at that. Ooh, can I zoom in? Ooh. Look at that. Ooh. I mean, there's only dragons here, but I'm pretty sure I can see it quite well when I'm in game. But I never use this gun, so... pass. Unboxing stream? Hi, Breen. Nah, I'm just looking for some skins because there's dragons here. Welcome, welcome, Breen. No stickers. So there's only 2 dragon guns so far. Dueling dragons. So it's Dual Beretta and SSG. Oh, there's Imperial Dragon. P2000 Imperial Dragon. 27? Ooh. Ooh. Fuck, I actually might want to buy this. That looks so good though. That looks so good though. Fucking, how much is this? Goddamn 17? It's too much. That's too much. How do people get skins? How do people get skins? I'm upset. I can imagine buy this stuff. Fair. Fair. Very fair, very fair. I cannot imagine me buying this stuff as well, but look at what I'm doing. You know, the thing that happens when you put a dragon thing in front of someone that likes dragons. Yeah, that happens. I'm only left with 13 ringgit 85 cents. That shit is like 20 something. Dragon King, M4A4. Dragon King? It literally says Long Wang. Oh my god. Oh, god damn. God damn. Wait a minute. Oh fuck. That looks good. I cannot zoom in. Inspect player model? What? Why? Hiya. Yeah, I sold a ton of cards back then as well. And I bought I forgot what I bought. I think I bought some skins for a certain game. I forgot what I bought, to be honest. Kumicho Dragon. Kumicho? Kumicho? Oh my god. Yo, show it. Oh, it's Imperial Dragon, but black and white. Oh! Fuck, that's so good though. Oh, even back here is something. Wow. God damn it, the dragon stuff is so expensive. Kubicho is like what, 80 ringgit? Fuck's sake. Okay, how expensive can this thing get? 2000? P90 Emerald Dragon, factory new. This is only 2000 ringgit. It fucking looks like a cartoon character, excuse me? Excuse me? Look at the cartoon face. Only 2000? Shit, this thing is so cheap, goddamn. Any vibrant skins? I can try to find it. Oh, really? There's no wyvern. What kind of game is this? Isn't it like 419 USD? Honestly, I have no idea. Let's go Google. 2000. Okay, let me see what was the price just now. That one. 2382. Okay, 2382 MYR to USD. Oh yeah, there it is. It's only $500. Well, what do you mean? It's only $500. It's so cheap. Oh my god. Oh my god. It's only 500. I actually shit my pants. It's something in game that's almost half my monthly rent. Oh fuck. You know 2000 I can buy 4 months worth of my I can buy 4 months worth of my insulin usage, insulin dosage. Full insulin dosage that includes short-term Novo Rapid for 4 months, plus my Basalot Lentus Basalot 1 for 4 fucking months. That is the amount. 2000. Oh my god. 4 months. God damn. Oh, yeah, sure. Sweat. It's okay, it's only 2,000, don't worry about it. Fuck, that hurts. Ooh, in the blink is good. Well, I have one skin only. Smiley face. It's colon cross parentheses. Hey! Hey! I think I need to put it in. Like this. Yeah! People really spend that much on a skin? What makes it being able to sell for 2,000 ringgit? Like what makes it like that? What and why? I don't understand. It's just a skin that's able to cost that much. Fucking 2,000. 2,000. I'm still in disbelief, honestly. God, I'm trying to drink. Oh, it's this map. Oh, I was trying to adjust my 小蚊子 Liz. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Look at that shit. Look. Look, guys, look. Look, chat, look. There's 2 dragons on my screen. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I spent 1 ringgit and 35 cents for... No, 1 ringgit and 15 cents for this one. Because I still have 13 ringgit 85 cents on my Steam wallet. Tick, tick. Oh, that's cool. I am observing. Good. Mayor Don Del Monte. 我不会讲华语. Yeah, you're typing Chinese like that. Let's go, my brothers and sisters. What? Oh, I shouldn't have just stand still like that. Ooh, nice. They're already dead. Why are you shooting someone that's already dead? Ooh, they're really good. Yikes. Lao Liu. Why is it like a belt there instead of like a forearm holder? And I'm holding the belt for what reason do I do that? Won't my hand just like fly around like a belt as well if that's a belt and not like something that I can grip tightly on? That's a little bit weird, isn't it? No? Just me? Probably. I have zero knowledge on guns. Like absolute zero. Like there are like certain situations where people are just talking about guns. It's like, wow, do you know how this gun looks cool? And oh, the sound of that gun like is so like nice and whatever. You know, they talk about guns like that. It's like they all sound the same to me. It's just gun shooting bang bang sounds. What different can it? How different can it be? It's just guns. Are you guys? Ooh, fire. We dropped the bomb. Ay, tapakakatap. We don't gun much where I live. Yeah. And gun is illegal here. Damn. Kirua. Yeah, that's Kirua. Kirua. 100% headshot rate. God damn. Kirua. OP. Damn. They're so good. I'm gonna go negate for this shit.
I think I have something. We're on a real man. We must move. Help! I'm throwing a grenade.
I'm pretty sure they have ops already, don't you think?
Negative. Negative.
Lamau, someone's behind me all this time. Look, I got thirsty. I want bombs in, alright? What? Shotgun? Do I have shotgun on? Oh, shotgun is so expensive. Why you give me the bomb? Whatever. I'll take the bomb. Shotgun, I guess. No armor, though. Smoke! What is it doing? Why are you looking at the wall like that? Alright, let's go back them out. Nova? You can play that game, asshat. Nah. Trying to shoot me? Hey! Bruh. Oh. Get him! Kill him! Kill him! Kill him! Shotgun it is, I guess? That's an interesting smoke. Ooh, 大 G. I don't want that shit. Damn. Someone mentioned that they are silver dome bully. Dude, I have no rank. What do you mean? Oh. Foot. Whoa! Oh! 大鸡? Oh, our silver one is performing. Ooh, that's amazing. Ooh, silver one, let's go. But why? Oh, yikes, yikes. Oh, don't panic, don't panic. Don't. Oh, oh, oh. Got dinged. Oh, oh. Oh. You might want to... Oh, that was a good pressure though. That was so amazing. This guy is good. Yeah, I know the bomb got defused still, but that was a really good pressure. They don't even get much chance to can defuse the bomb. Yip. I can use yip. I have to buy this one. I have to buy it. How can I not? How can I not buy this when I have this? Oh yeah. They reflect. Look at that. They reflect lights. That's what makes them even better. 2 dragons. God, that looks so good. 1 ringgit 15 cents well spent. I have to say. Well spent. I got the leg on.
I think I have something. We cannot be killed.
Reflecting on dragons is important. Yeah, you're gonna get that scale shine. Gonna get that scale shine.
I think I have someone.
Did they give up or something? There's probably gonna be ops everywhere, so just be mindful. Like, I can already see like 10 Da G around.
The guy's out.
Hi, how are you doing? Woohoo! Why do you have to slap the gun once to complete the reload? Why do you need to slap the gun? Oh, 大鸡, 大鸡. There's like an op there. I think it's best not to go there. Nice, not nice. Ooh, you're gonna. Ooh, ah. Oh, footsteps. Ooh, 大鸡, 大鸡. Come on, PPP John, you got this. Oh, PPP John.
Very nice.
I don't know.
Guys, I tell you, we kill them all.
We kill them all. I don't know where to go, honestly. It's the first time I feel so lost. Lost as in I don't know where to go. here. That was so fast. Going to assume they stepped the gun to make sure the spring to the magazine isn't jammed or something, but I have no idea. That sounds reasonable enough. 哎呀，啤酒蛇。Yes. Yikes. Shouldn't have shot. You should just run. Oh, where? Where? Nice, nice. I felt lost this one. Oh? It's probably off here. Ow. Yeah, all headshots. 90% headshot. That's insane. That's a little sus. Smoke in here. And fire in here. No, Molotov doesn't work on smokes. To my knowledge anyway. We can go here. What? How many guns I've shot with a Negev that doesn't kill? I mean, I know you're trying to not die, but hiding in one place is... I don't think it's a way to go, question mark? Wow, that's how you use AK. They're dead! There's no need. There's someone up there, you saw that? Should I try AK? Like, should I try AK? Should I actually try AK? Ah, fine, let me try. Just try it, just try it. All good, all good. Someone gave up big time. On the competitive scene, I can believe it. Ooh, 大鸡. Damn, we're getting swept. Green. Green. Oh, red. With a cracker or biscuit? Mmm. Look at that snoot now. Look at that snoot. It's a very boop boo snoot. Mmm. Yeah, it's okay. Oh, in Singapore server. That's a very boop boo snoot. I like that snoot. I'm helping you are, definitely. You're doing the big helps. They gave up. Decoy. Hey! I fucking knew there's gonna be Snowbird there. More. That green bean? No, that doesn't look like green bean. What's that? Oh my god, there's not a thought inside the head. Oh, P. Oh, they like P? A PEA, right? PEA. That's so cute though. Are these your rats? I only remember that you name all of them Goku. There's like a bunch of them that I don't remember, sadly. I big stone, let me see. Oh, okay. All good. Red pigs are great. Yeah, you got this. I trust you. I think your body is like poking out. Like, I think your body's poking out. Just me? The red! You just got... No, they know where you are. Your weapon is like poking out. That's tough. Red, but that's a chunk. That's a chunker. Match point. That's a chunker right there. Look at this, 12-12 now. We're gonna do it 12-12.
Good stuff. Brilliant. Come on, jump.
Why are we killing each other? Someone killed teammate. Someone actually killed teammate. My man. My man. You killed your teammate. It's okay, we tried. And then I think I got shot from behind. Yeah, that was a big oof moment. It's all good now. Stuff like this happens. Stuff like this happens occasionally. Because I'm not good enough. I'm gonna try my best. More it. Actually, I'm gonna look at it here. No, where is it? Who? Oh, I don't know you. Block user. I don't know who they are, but just ignore, I guess. Yeah, just ignore. Like, I don't even know who they are. Brian. Oh, I remember this one. I like this one. Like, look at that. I like angles like this, and I think I'm almost finished with your raffle prize, Brain. Almost. Still doing it, but almost done. Look at the snoot. The snoot. Hopefully it's good enough. Like I did cut a lot of corners for that since it's not since it's just headshot and no rigs. Like there's no rig in there. I'm just gonna send a fully rendered picture for you. I'll try my best. I cut a lot of corners, like a lot. If you were there when I streamed my art on Monday, I was cutting a lot of let's just say there's a lot of funny business in the model. Hey, but on the outside it looks fine. No rush? Ah, thank you. But I'll try my best to make it look good, definitely. Reds. Where are the reds? I'm not, but where? Am I? Are kobo reds? No. We are kobo. I was working, but I can't argue with it. You do what works for you. Is that ban worthy? Is that a scam? Because that's usually not how scam works. If you're a real person, you're on thin ice. I'm giving a benefit of the doubt. Bot shite like that? Sure. Because usually don't they have like a lot of like, we're here to help you with like here's the website for it. But this one just like some low effort low effort stuff. Shakes Kobo a little violently to rush Kobo. Don't rush me. Okay, what's going on? Am I having bad connection? They oh my god, look at the thread! Look at the thread! It's in pure bliss. India, okay. That was crypto shit and it's close enough. Yeah, true. I usually give people benefit of the doubt. Usually. Unless it's like blatant, then yeah, no shit. But I think sometimes I gave too much benefit of the doubt. Sometimes, just sometimes. I remember the last time, the Russian one, yeah. The network curse is contagious. Maybe it is. Noba! 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 Nova. 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 Nova.
Let's show them who we are.
Is that Peter Griffin? We won. Like usually profile pictures like that implies that they're strong as fuck. Jade, look, I have a dragon gun. Jade, look. Jade, look. Jade, look, I have a dragon gun. Okay.
Decoys out.
Decoy? Fire? Okay. Damn, you guys are rich. How much do you pay for that? 1 ringgit 15 cents. Hey! Bruh. Oh, yikes. No, not Peter Griffin! Peter Griffin! Oh, yikes, they're so good at headshotting. Yeah, that's bearable. 1 ringgit 15 cents. No, you're right. Let him out! Let him out! Jump scare! Jump scare! I'm gonna jump scare myself by doing that. Jump scare! Dragoon? Oh. I don't have enough money to buy the Dragoon. This one is not Dragoon, but my other one has Dragoon. Dragon. They're stealing for jaywalking. Rat, sir? You will need to heckin' go sitting for jaywalking. Why are you licking Breen? Why are you licking Breen? Why are you licking Breen? I'll lick you. Oh wait, there's actually like the Life Force medley that I haven't listened to for a long while. Let me see if I can find it. If let's listen to something that's not for a bit. Let's not Hi-Fi Rush for a bit. Life Force medley. There we go. Yeah, this shit's good. Can Breen is tasty? I mean, Breen is... Why is it again? Corn Snake? Maybe Corn Snake is tasty. I mean, corn is tasty. Milk Snake, sorry. Milk Snake. Yeah, I was confused between Corn Snake and Milk Snake when I was trying to research on your species for a little bit on Monday. It's like, the more I search, like, oh, you look more like a Milk Snake. It's like, oh yeah, Milk Snake. Have you tried Bomb Rush Cyberpunk OST? It's awesome. Ooh, have not. I have not. But I've seen Bomb Rush Cyberpunk. It's amazing. It's so stylized. Milk Snake, we can do that. Ayo. Ayo. Excuse. Let's go. Count me in. Mid? Sounds like mid. A. Woohoo! Need to figure out a better plan for greeting people and not overdoing it. I don't know about over greeting people. Since I just feel like it's like courtesy to greet people. To me personally. Oh shit, did I loop the video? I don't remember. We have Sniper? Okay. Sniper? Let's give it to the boys. Good smoke, good smoke. I like that smoke. I'm hiding behind this... Why are you shooting? Do you see anyone there? Someone's already in the fucking... someone's already in the heckin' thing. Nah. Maybe I'm overthinking it. It's okay, I get you. I tend to overthink things as well. But it's okay, it can rest easy on my channel, at least I feel like. They like middle, don't they?
Come on, chop, chop.
Chop chop, come on. Don't go in. Wait. Don't engage! Oh my god, angle! Yeah, come here, come here, come here. Angle, angle. Let them come out. Let them come out. We can force them to come out. Oh my god. Are they rotating? I think they're rotating. Shit, they're actually rotating. That me going boah? Greeting people in VRC? That sounds a lot like you, yeah. Hey! I actually didn't see them. Ooh. Hugabua. Oh wow, holy shit. Today I was getting EKG to check my heart rate, involved getting a bunch of little notes put on me with stickers. Huh. Why does this sound very scary? I'm not gonna throw any bombs. I don't want to like scare them. Oh yeah, also look. Jay, dragon gun. Only for a few seconds. Come on. Dragon gun. Dragon gun. Yeah, look at it. Okay, no more. Interesting smoke.
Hey, it's there.
Guess they really like A, huh? I'm sorry.
Decoy.
Oh. They're so good though. I asked the nurse if she thought maybe they'll get a reading if they put a couple of the notes on my nipple piercing. She laughed and said maybe, figured it was a good goof. You know what? It is a good goof. Give me a good laugh. Although I don't know, like little stickers on the nips, on the nips. Careful, they're hiding something. Sounds like they're from behind.
Defuse.
Bruh, E? Peter Griffin! Go, Peter Griffin! You got this! No, Peter Griffin! Ugh.
What the fuck? Why did you defuse, motherfucker?
Dude, chill. We don't need the F1 for that. Drawing. Dude, chill. Just tell them to press E. I'm not gonna do that now. There we go. Hold E to defuse. Someone's nice enough to say that. Don't need to kick for someone who doesn't want to do. You're gonna teach them, bruh. Don't be so mean. Oh fuck! I really.
It's long. Okay, rotating. One shot. Short long.
What's a short long? Dude, chill. You don't jump straight. Jump straight. It's okay. You try. We learn every day. All right. It's all good. You're trying, and that's what matters.
Hold.
Oh. It's okay. You got this. You got this. I trust you. I did. There's no need to do this. We're trying. It's okay. It's okay. Don't panic. Don't panic. Ah. Oh good. Oh good. You're trying. You're trying. Don't say no. Yeah, you have to understand that they're trying. Not everyone is gonna be like experts in Counter-Strike, or just... Yeah, you can throw all you want, salty ass. I don't want people to have a bad time just because of tryhards like them. There's no need, honestly. Just chill, you know? Just relax. There's no need to be so aggressive over it. Honest. There's no need.
Sure.
Nipple piercing sounds quite painful. Yeah, I mean, to me, honestly, piercing in general sounds painful. I can't help it. I want to listen. Ooh, hey. Give me a second. I can't help it. I want to listen to Hi-Fi Rush. Sorry. I can't help it. Look, Hi-Fi Rush is too good, okay? Whoa!
Okay, it's okay.
No money.
Watch out. These
What is throwing me, brother?
What is throwing mean?
One mid open.
Damn, they're like flashbangs, huh?
UD.
Bruh.
My god. One more above it. One more left.
Yeah, I like to see you throw. Aren't you throwing?
Down.
See, there are people like this out there. And empty threats. You know, they don't want to throw. What is throwing? Do I be dumb? Yeah, teabag them. Losing intentionally? No, it's throwing grenades. Stop. I will not kick. I do not consent to this.
Let him play.
Yeah, they said they're news. There's no need to be mean about it. Woohoo!
Come long.
Come long.
Yeah, it's wrong.
Oh,
Good one, good one.
in this scene, I'm gonna do a cheer. See, cheer. Be happy. There's no need to be like a bunch of salts. There's no need. Honest. There's actually no need.
Shot anyone?
No, not. No, I don't see anyone.
Pretty clear.
Gonna wait for the smoke to dissipate.
Pushing mid. High. Guy
Where's-
hold B, green.
That's HP is only B.
Water green, I'm coming.
Ah!
B.
Knife that motherfucker. Bike it.
No, I'm just gonna throw smoke this time.
Let's go.
There it is, the Indians. Hey, anyone with the come out from there? Hmm?
LT.
Ooh, that was lag.
One mid, one high. One doors, one high door. Mid door, whatever the fuck it is.
Woohoo.
Spot one. Spot one. Hopper. Hopper!
Oh my god.
Garbage, Mayo.
I'm
All
so-
देने के बाद बस you just had to look at shots, bro. Nothing else.
We are out of here.
I'm not kicking them.
Laying down smoke. You need. Deploying flashbang. Throwing flashbang. Flashbang.
Patience. Whoa. One mid, one it? What's it? What's it? Hey, look at that. Double taken. Double taken. Double taken. Double
Go
taken.
long, go long.
Go long, okay. Not getting the bomb. Yikes, I'm going out first. Thinks I'm gonna go in Rambo. Yikes. Yikes. The fuck? Ooh. I'm a bit tired, might leave a bit early today. Oh yeah, all good Nexus. I understand. I can totally understand. If you're tired, go get some rest. It's all good. Hi Tylra, hi Reggie. Look, Reggie. I'm suddenly counter-striking. Don't know why, but I'm doing it. Thanks, Reggie. How you doing? Short long mix. This game has always looked fun. Honestly, yeah. At first, I didn't like it. Yeah, at first I don't really like it. Why are you giving me the bomb? But after weeks of playing this with my friend, yeah, my friend just pulled me into this game. Like this one day they suddenly be like, "Hey, you wanna play some Counter-Strike?" And I was like, "Huh? Why?" Like, for the nostalgia, they said. Like, sure, okay, I guess. Let's play some Counter-Strike, because why not, you know? And here I am playing this game now because I'm addicted. Yikes. That's kinda tough. Counter-Strike. Oh, look at that salty player. What? Yo, is that Reggie? Yeah.
Hi, how is the SR team going?
Yes, the Stream SR team is going good. Fire. I don't like it. Going up. I'm getting flashed by you, but it's okay. I respect that. Hi, Rocket. You know, I kind of want to say like cannot carry a noob like me, someone to kick me, I guess. People are sweaty sometimes, but it's natural for a free game. A long. Okay. Decoy. Didn't you guys say A long? Isn't that short? Didn't you guys say A long and then you guys went short? My man, what are you guys doing? Oh god. Is this like search and destroy in COD? Honestly, I have no idea what COD is. Call of Duty? Search and destroy? This is like a bomb defusal thing. Let me spike this one. Following a fast bang. Hey, copy. Ah, barbecue. Barbecue. Hey, I didn't see them. Oh, Call of Duty. I never played it though. I'm afraid of Call of Duty just because of how Call of Duty is always like people saying Call of Duty is like full of sweaty people. That's like very loud and stuff. So that really just doesn't make me want to play Call of Duty. I mean, I'm not a big fan of shooty my bang games. Ironic when I play this game, but still. Barbecue. You have one team planting a bomb and another trying to defuse it. Yeah. Call of Duty is fun as fuck. Most of them suck. You can learn fighting games, you can learn COD. Fair. That's actually true as heck. He got the bomb. He got the bomb. The bomb. Careful, feels like there's someone here. Ooh, good choice. Oh, flashbang. Whoa! No, that's not me, but I'll take it. COD zombies with your friends is always fun. COD zombies? Zombies? Is it like a co-op trying to survive kind of thing? Yo! I got a kill! Yeah, I got a kill, definitely. I got a kill. I definitely got a kill. It's not a lie. That was me. All me, baby. That was all me. Oh, X. Oh, they changed sites. They know. I got schmixed. Smoke. Oops. Aww. Wait, do I have to hold down the button with negative? Dude, this guy is so salty. Wants to kick whoever died the last. Oh, you know what I have? Guys, I have this. Where is it? Who likes a smoke? Yeet. Yikes, cannot see anything. I'm going in!
Green hold, don't push now.
Where? I don't see it. Bruh.
Short plant.
Bro, I don't see them.
Long one.
Oh, look at this guy. Can you carry?
Bro.
Bro. Played CS a lot and ran into some toxic people, but I never played people as toxic as League of Legends players. But I barely got a couple games in there, and then was against AI. Yeah, League of Legends is scarily bad. I only ever played one round of League, and it was my last one. I will still play League, to be honest. Stop! Because of Aurelian Soul. He can carry himself to the ground. I know, right? They want to kick everyone. You know, when people wants to kick everyone because they think that they are bad, means that they themselves are not good enough. You know what I mean? If they cannot carry the noobs, why be salty? I can understand the power dragon is strong. Yep. And Aurelian Soul? Woo. Aurelian Soul is something else. Arrogant Soul is definitely something else. How can you not love Arrogant Soul? Just the pure daddy energy coming from Arrogant Soul. Yeah. Yeah. Might have missed some chat. Let me check. Oh yeah, definitely missed one. A little sick and going to bed soon. Oh, hope you feel better soon, Reggie. All the best for the recovering. We shop Bossa Nova. We shop? Yo, let's go. Oh hell yeah, I'm listening to this one. I'm gonna leave now. Have a great stream. Okay, Nexus. Oh yeah. Did I do that? I don't remember. Oh, I think I forgot. Brian. Bye everyone. Bye bye Nexus. Thanks for hanging around. I'm just gonna do another one. Because Nexus is a very sweet bean. Look at that. Yeah. Did you know that Nexus just started streaming recently? Yeah, that's right. Inferno? That was quick. Oh, just a few seconds. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. I'm back. Yep. Thanks. No problem. Ta. Where's the bell that they keep shooting? Oh. Let's go, my brothers. Wow, they all have like skins and shit. And I have a skin of my own. Look at that. Skin. Tracken. Going B? I can respect that. Let's go. It's probably gonna be a little bit spicy here. One incendiary is enough. Really? Whoa! I wanted to change space. Oh! Oh! Muskmelon? Goddamn! Muskmelon though. We won. They never bought a heckin'... Yes! Pew! Nice! That was clutch. I'm gonna buy a Nigip. Oh, this map's giving me the PTSD. We got destroyed by a pro team. Decoy! Decoy! I got a decoy. Guys, look at this. Decoy! Decoy. Nah. You don't do that shit. Nah. Don't you even try it, man. Decoy. Decoy. Double taken. I'm so glad I spent 1 ringgit and 15 cents just to buy that skin. Oh, it begins. Oh, it definitely begins. Oh, it begins. Don't be afraid. Go. Chong ah. Chong ah. Chong. Don't be scared. Hey. Ah. Nice, thank you. 他说病快受不了。What are those names? 我的枪历来就没短过。龙卷风摧毁停车场 ，That's sad. 南山南 ，Okay, that's normal. 龙卷风摧毁停车场 ，That's a little specific. Oh, 龙卷风摧毁停车场 means a tornado destroyed a car park. Then why? Why that name so specific? And then 他说冰块受不了。She said ice cannot handle it. This one ice cannot handle it. She said ice cannot handle it. Tornado destroyed car park. My gun experience has never been solved. You need to do this kind of name. Same. Chinese love to do those weird names. Yeah, I don't get it. I mean, it's kind of funny, not gonna lie. I kind of like it. But yeah, you know what? It's funny. I like it. They can do what they want. Beep, 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 beep. Last B, last B. Decoy. Hey. Gonna wait for a little bit. No one. Hey, no, walao, this guy. I know someone's there too. It's like because someone who uses a shotgun. Yeah. How many languages do you speak? Chinese is my mother tongue. So I mainly speak Chinese. I speak English. Saya boleh cakap sedikit bahasa Malaysia. I can speak a little bit bahasa Malaysia, and I guess if you want to count, if you want to count sub Chinese, I can do. 我會曉講一個淡薄福建話。客家。When Cantonese, I don't see. That's the thing. I always messed up Cantonese, Hakka or Hokkien, because Hokkien is where my mom says it. My mom's side of the family says Hakka. Don't destroy the poor chicken. What are you doing? Impressive. Save the gun. I can respect that. Although you have a lot of money, but I can respect that still, because 大鸡 is too expensive. 大鸡. All good, all good. I can respect that. Wait, you don't just shoot at something, nothing. Got scared by my own teammate. Fuck. And I'm not even playing. Gonna try to go A this time.
This is what we have been working for. The guy's out. Deploying smoke shield. More enough.
Nah, a lot of people going here. I'd rather. Yikes. Hey! I got killed by tornado! Oh, nice. Dude, this guy is good. Oh, they know how to listen to footsteps. It's amazing. Because I don't, even though I have headphones on. P-juicer? There are tornadoes where you live? No. Malaysia, I believe, has no tornado. Not to my knowledge, anyway. Maybe there was? But even if there was, I don't know anything about it. You have a fucking 大鸡 putting on the bomb? That's so impressive. Let me look at this 大鸡 gameplay. Yeah, we call AWP 大鸡 in Chinese. 你被鸡了。长路有个鸡，有个鸡。大鸡呀，大鸡。That guy's really good with the Mark 10, I have to say. Where I live, we get very few every year, usually in the spring. Lots of tornadoes, we call them naders. Like, nader. That's kinda cute. Are they like... Is tornado... like, devastating? Are they like scarily... scary, you know what I mean? Do they destroy hometowns? They destroy like everything? Yeah, oh my god. Very scary? Yeah, I'm well scared now. Yee! 你这个老六枪比我劲，真是我吐啊！ I cut out a bit of a pot roast and gave some to my boys, and they're all quiet for once. What, are they not squeaking constantly now? Because they are eating pot roast? Wait, they were stoked? Ooh, 大鸡喂，大鸡大鸡 Oh! They read through everything and they can start fires and stuff if they hit power lines. Oh my god. I think I shot you. Don't let that happen. Yeah, true. Just gonna be invisible so that they cannot see me. You know what I mean? Ooh. Oh, not cool. Come on, Muskmelon. I trust you, Muskmelon. It's up to you now, Muskmelon. Flashbang. They're squeaking because they're trying to stay away from each other to eat. Oh. Rats need space. Oh wow, holy. No! Flank! I know you're trying to go, but the Lao Liu is too strong. Nah, I'm going Lao Liu as well, come on. I'm getting it. Fast and speed, that's what I like. I love how they knew exactly what I wanted. Just rush. And they did it so well. Holy shit. I'm pretty sure the two of them is just Daji, you know what I mean? Hey, let me try this Xiao Ji. No, I don't want this. I don't want that. I cannot play sniper for the life of me. I really cannot. PP Pichong. PP Pichong. Smoke. Alright, time to follow them this time.
Throwing flashbang. Molotov out. Throwing fire. Throwing smoke.
Yikes, that's hard. How are you doing? Hey, how are you doing? 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 Thanks. Bro, I just make down someone. I didn't give a kill. The power. Mess when I've kept to destroy the start of the match for everyone else. Oh, a red pick? Oh, give me a second. Oh, I want to watch that red pick. Hey! Hey, barbecue! Let me go! Yeah, B is a little bit scary when they have like when they have like fire. Also, y'all got a fucking new. Y'all got a new fried a grilled kobold. Got a grilled kobold. I heard the sleep noise and knew it's Breen. Breen said jump scare. Red. Dimas Tristan. Hi. Dimas Tristan, welcome in. I'll bet it. Welcome to my absolute shit gameplay of Counter-Strike because I don't know what I'm doing. Hope I'm doing good. Go R, go R. I'm going R. Who likes to go R? Damn, M249. Going in from the other place. Huh. Ah! What? This scared the shit out of me. I made you VIP? Huh? I did that quite a while ago, but yeah. You deserve VIP. Reggie Goodbean. Reggie just noticed. I know, right? Nah, I'm sad now. Oh, oh, damn, M249. I don't still have to slay that anymore. Ooh, what time is it? What time it is over there? Is it like 12-hour difference? Because if it is, it's like 3 a.m. AWB, that G. Or 2:30, so it's 11 hours different. PM? 1 hour difference? No, you lied to me. No, I don't believe. All good. I get it. All good. All good, Reggie. I get it. Don't worry about it. I understand. Bring it to go away. Grenade out. Who likes some negative noises? You and your AWP can get out of here. Wait, we all don't got the bomb. I got you, buddy. I'm behind you. We all didn't get the bomb from the start. Ooh. 大鸡 Boo. Damn, I'm saving my negative. Last round of first half. Ooh. AWP. I bet AWP. Woo! Another red pig. Yeah, we like red pig. Jump scare. Boo. No, this is jump scare. Oh, 大鸡. 大鸡. 大鸡, 大鸡. Wow. Ooh, you're getting surrounded. Yeah, that's tough. Oh, I'm the suckiest one? Shit. I need to try harder. That's a cool looking... Ooh, look at muskmelon. That looks cool. I like that. Double taken. Guys, look, double taken. Wow. Double taken. I like. Mid. All good. It's okay. I blocked you. Oh, wow. Holy shit. You've been found! Oh no! That's tough, that's tough. Yeah, dragons on there too, but the rest of the skin for dragons are way too expensive. There's one emerald dragon that costs 2,382 ringgit. Yes, I'm not lying. You heard that right. 2,382 ringgit for a single fucking skin. Excuse me, buddy. Thank you very much. 嘟嘟枪老六。Ah, fire! Hey. Isn't it like a multi-tool? Looks like bombs at mid. Oh! Damn! Whoa! Damn! That's a really cool Nova. That inspires me to try out Nova. You wanna Nova it up? You wanna Nova it up? I'm gonna buy Incendiary and just throw it there. Cook some barbecue. We need some barbecue going on. You know why I pronounce it like that? Because that's how you pronounce it in Bahasa Malaysia. Barbecue in Bahasa Malaysia is barbecue. I'm not lying, I'm not lying. Yikes. Is that smoke? You smoking here? I should stay in the smoke. Ooh, there's a door. Hi, Narix. This is scary path. See here, a lot of jumping noises. Throwing smoke. Oh, this guy's Nova is already like godlike. I cannot be like them. But my Negev, however, is something else. Let me show you the power of a Negev. Look at this shit. I got the power of Negev. A fun way to pronounce it? Yeah, it's B-A-R-B-E-K-U. Barbecue. Yeet. Burn. No one's here, huh? You expected that. Hey! Sorry. I don't know where to hide. I don't know where to hide. So in the open space, what am I supposed to do? Bomb's still there. This guy's good. I totally fucked up there. Yeah, just so you know, I sook. I totally sook. Oh my god. Oh. Laying down slow. Bro, this scared the shit out of me. Nah, this time for real. This time for real. Yeah, this time for real. This time for real. Negev. Negev is the way to go, Negev, alright? Negev. I'm going B.
These fellas are gonna regret waking up this morning.
Going B. Go. Whoa! You know what? My footsteps are too heavy. I'm CT. I don't need to charge. What am I doing? I don't need to go in. Wow! I'm police C. I don't need to go in. There's no need. Why am I so... Yeah, there's no need. There's no need. I just need to camp. I need to camp. Right, that's all I need to do. Camp. I don't need to run around. I don't need to run around. There's zero need for that. Eh? What are you running away for? Imagine if they put down the bomb at 0.1 seconds and they won. That would be the most pog thing ever. Someone's looking at, hey, don't give up. No, be patient. Don't be like me. I have no patience. I know I have no patience. I have no right to say this to you, but please. Oh! Oh! This time for real? Yeah, this time for real. This time, I'm not even gonna move. I'm not even gonna budge. Because there's no need. There's no need to go. Right? Yeah. I just need... We're just gonna do it sneaky beaky like. There's no need. I'm just gonna hide. I'm gonna be this AWP spec up. There's no need to go. There is no need. Yeah, see, there's a lot of noises coming in. There's no need. Just camp here. I want to go. I want to go. I want to go. I want to go. I don't want the boring. Ay, beep, 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 beep. Hua, hua. So gao you, I tell you. Sneaky peeky. Look at this. Ichi. Come in. Oh, Taji. She's too impatient. I'm sorry, I have no patience playing this game. Okay, this time for real. This time for real. I'm staying at B. No matter what happens, unless I see a bomb, right? Unless I see a bomb going A. Unless I see a bomb going A, I will not budge. Alright? Zero budging. Eh, apa ini? Apa kamu buat ni, abang? Kamu mau peka? Ayo. Jangan peka saya lah. Nah, fuck. Yeah, I'm going. Look, it's so good. It's fine. They're not going B. Right? I haven't hear some thought. Oh! Yeah, that's right. Oh! I tried. Hey, at least I killed someone. Flashbang. Wonder why ping if I join you. Yeah. No, those are my scared noises. It will be somewhere around 150 to 200, I think. Because the other day I played with Coffee, and our ping is like 220 or something, and he's from the UK. I'm not moaning. Those are my scared noises. Ooh, we found the culprit. Choo. Yeah, Tylra. And honestly, both works. Don't worry. No, look around. Look around. They can hear you defusing. The noises. The noises. Very scary. So used to the other gonna get in my head. It's okay, Preen. I appreciate you trying to like get my name right though. Thank you. That is a big appreciate on my end. Okay, time to cook some barbecue. Chook. Hey. We got the BAM. We got the BAM. Hey, we'll allow a decoy. Why are we running? Oh, there's only one left. Oh, okay. Oh. It's up to me. I will find them. Yeah. I'm the best kobo. Kobo is gonna find them. Look at this shit. I know where they are. I know exactly where they are. I'm using wall hacks. Give it. Oh, someone died. No, I know exactly where they are. Look at that. I'm using wall hacks. Yeah, I'm using wall hacks. I'm using wall hacks. I know where they are. Oh, look at that. I know exactly where they are. I'm definitely not just wandering around and hoping to find them. Bro, right? They don't even stand a chance. Yeah, this is definitely pro. Don't worry about it. Using her kobo senses. And my kobo senses are not bad, I think. Yeet. What you do? Jangan bunuh saya, babang. Abang, jangan bunuh saya. Saya takut. Takut sangat. Saya tak mau mati. Whoa. You know what? Let them come. How about that? They seem to be desperate. A lot of noises there. Sneaky. Ooh. I'm going. I see the question mark. Patience. Da G? Oh, Da G's at their house. Wow. I'm gonna win against this Da G. Look at this. I'm gonna sneaky beaky so hard. They don't even stand a chance. Why are you shooting? Ah! No way! That is so scary. Fuck me. This is a horror game. I thought they are looking the other way. Nah, I'm not scared. I'm just pretending. Fuck. Oh, that's cute. I'm blocking it. Ah, that's my scared noises. What can I do? You made no switch. That's my scared noises. I got scared. I shout. I did. Oh, my friend is sending me Counter-Strike videos. Okay. You make this when you drop down. I maybe drop down from the. Oh, but someone was shooting. Someone was shooting the AK. That's why I just like, yeah, it should be fine. Because I figure someone is like using AK to cover the noises because they see that I'm trying to sneak over there, which is very nice of them, to be honest. Like the situational awareness of them is like insane. Like they know what I'm trying to do and then they're helping me. They just keep shooting the AK to make noise. Whee! What? Yeah! Woohoo! Is this easier? Woohoo! Oh, see? Even when they die, they moan. Why don't you say that they're moaning? I'm gonna keep quiet.
Follow me, follow me, follow me, follow me, follow me, follow me.
Oh my gosh, shut the fuck up. I'm trying to... Yeah, see? Oh, they said... It's not just me! It's not just me!
That's it. 3, 2, 1. Oh.
Whee! Oh,
No more talking. Now we fight.
no more talking, now we fight. Need go. Oh, Narix. Double dragon. Look, wow, double dragon. 哎，我表你的麦像垃圾一样啊，真的是。Early fire? Wow.
I can't do it properly. 3, 2, 1.
They're trying to boost each other.
And then jump, then walk.
Why are you trying to boost each other?
First jump, then walk.
Ooh, fuck me.
3, 1. Oh, never mind.
Sorry.
I need to practice.
Stop trying to fucking boost each other. Why am I not surprised? Yeah, you shouldn't. If you're surprised, then... Yeah, you shouldn't. You shouldn't. Oh my god! My boyfriend also has stuff that's tiger or orange stripes. Oh yeah! He's a tiger, right? Martin. B. Okay, I'm gonna wait for a little bit. Gonna make them think that there's no one here. That's right, we're doing the sneaky peeky way. They don't know that I'm here. See that? I know how to play this game. Sneaky peeky. Wait! Daddy's real princess? Why are you guys here? Oh. Wow! Hey, I killed someone. I did good. Okay, look at this. Negib. They don't even stand a chance anymore. Last B. Why did you throw the bomb inside pink side A, you fuck? I'm not taking the bomb. Okay. Okay lah, A lah, A lah. Oh, that sucks. We can wait. Yikes. You still don't know that I'm here. Hi, Kairos Kyria. More smoke? Wait, don't go. Okay, you flashed, I guess. That's good. I'm going in. Oh, that's so scary. Hope you're doing good. Hi. Please don't headshot me. I will appreciate that very much. There's noises from here.
Yep.
No! Yeah! I like yipping.
Yep.
Hiya. You guys said A, and then you guys went B.
Emotional damage.
I'm not nerfing that one. Ooh, 老六. Careful behind you. Ooh. That's a little scary. That's gonna fall. What? God damn. Morotot and Shimuk. What is NT? Any Counter-Strike veteran here? What does NT mean? I'm gonna follow them. Nice try. Ah, okay. Oh, that's nice. I don't know what that means. I was like, it's not specific to CS. Oh, okay. I mean, this is the first time I heard about NT here, so that explains. Why are you throwing flashbang with the smoke? Smoke. I'm sneaky peeky. Doing a sneaky peeky. They don't know that I'm here. Yeah, that's right. Sneaky peeky. Yeah. They don't know that I'm here. No sound. They don't know that we're here. Oh, thanks. I was about to smoke there. Hey! Ah! Get shot. Hey! Hey, Negev, nice. Whoa, shit. I have a 10-year badge. Ooh! I think only for like 5? Dude, Negev is OP. I'm telling you, Negev is OP. And it's always Daddy's little princess that killed me. The fucking name. I'm moving. What? Barbecue! Don't you dare, you asshat. Ugh! I got bombarded by bombs, literally. Just go B. Why you guys keep going here? Like, there's life worth living. There's no need to go there all the time. Yep. Okay. Five on one. Look, they got this. See? What I told you, they got this. This game's easy. Just go. Trust me, go. I'm gonna go B on my own. B. I like B. I go B. I like B. B. Yeah, B. Wait a second. We yippin'? Wait. Yep. Wait it up. Don't.
Emotional damage.
Ooh, shiny.
Yep. Just work on.
Yep.
Oh, come on. We were also like holding on. We yippin'. I saw the head. I was trying. Yep. I gonna yip too now. I gonna yip. Yep. We're gonna yip. Yeah. Ooh, yip. We yippin'. We're gonna do the yip. We do a bit of a yippin'. Just the yips. The yip of yips. Ooh. Ooh. Okay, bedtime for me. Night night, Tylra. Night night, Breen. Night night, Reggie. Have good rest. Get well soon. Yep. Oh. Yep. I love how we only got one people. Yep. You should at least take the bomb, I think. Negip. That's my gun now. Negip. Who wants some negip? Why is that sound always? Wait it up. Dude, your mic sucks. Double smoke? When one isn't enough, just make it another one. Ever care, you're gonna get shot, I think. Hey! Walao eh! Low? Is that low? Ooh. Never clear sight? What? Why is clear sight? I thought it's clear. Ooh. Is there someone there? Oh, they jumped down. Ooh, the bait, I like it. Noises. Oh, committing to it. Yo! Oh, sniper? A 大鸡? AK? No, OEG? 大鸡, 小鸡? Nice try, nice try. See, I get it now. It's being respectful. I respect that. I heckin' respect it. You know what? I'm going big brain mode. I think this shit. GF, isn't that girlfriend? Look at this shit. They don't know, but it's a decoy. Haha. Get out! Ooh, they're shooting at the smoke. They're shooting at the smoke. They're pissed. I don't have the bomb though. So even if I got into the site... Oh, there it is, the bomb's here. Wait. Any... Oh, fuck! Damn, nice P90. That's how you use them? I love that. I love that's how you use P90. That's perfect. GH? Go in? Interesting flashbang. Oh, good half. Oh yeah. Coffee told me about that. I forgot.
Plan. You have sight.
See, people say it's clear sight. I see it more commonly in Valorant. Yeah, I only see it used when I was playing with Coffee. That's it. Whoa, Daddy's little princess OP. I love how the profile picture is also like. Oh, why? That is the most. That is the most Daddy little princess profile picture I've seen. But how do I explain that? I don't know. It's something, alright. Okay, what do we do? I don't know.
We will make them regret this day.
Last A. Ini bukan A. Why is someone spray painting? Oh my god, fucking. I don't like this place. I don't like it. Oh, is that a song? Whoa, wait, what is that? That's trippy. What the fuck is that? That's a creepy pasta shit right there. How many smokes do they have? I just feel like A we have more chance of winning somehow. "20 seconds. Or maybe here even. Woohoo! Okay, look at this. I will trigger latent power. Okay, I'm gonna be so good. I'm gonna ace the round. I will so regret this. I'm gonna so regret saying this shit. But do I though? See, that's the question. Funny thing that I don't. Because I get to do this. Look at that, pro gaming. And you know what? I can even do this. I don't wanna though. Why? Because it's a waste and there's no one there. What are you pinging? What are you pinging for? Is someone here? Hey! Oh, they're coming for B. Wow, shit. Ooh, the head suit. I'm off to sleep. Take care and good luck. Okay, have good sleep, Ring. Oh, there was a pure ass shot right there. Oh, 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 oh. Warning shots. Oh, damn, they're way too good. Nah, look at this. OA bro, push, alright. Yikes! Wow. Woohoo! Smoke! Yo! Through the wall? Woohoo! Whoa! Whoa! Shit! EWB. I'm gonna AK. I'm gonna do IK. What?
Midway.
Midway? Okay. Did you say midway? Oh, yikes, yikes, yikes. I'm getting blocked. Dude! Dude! Too many bombs. There's like a great bomb site. They headshot so quickly, it's actually kind of scary. Ooh, that's on the diggity dig dig. Oh, when you walk over the bomb, you don't make a noise. Yeah. He flashed himself. It happens. 15 seconds. 15 seconds. This is the last round. You don't get to save your gun. Go out and go ape shit. Shoot the gun. You don't get to save it. Hey, I'm not the worst. Guys, I'm not the worst. Guys! Guys, I'm not the worst. Guys! Guys, I'm not the worst. Guys! Chat, I'm not the worst. Chat. Double taken. Yeah. See, I just need to use this gun. I don't need to buy any other guns. Double taken. Everyone likes to go here. What the fuck? Flashbang, flashbang. Okay. Ah, wait a minute. Okay. Okay. What? Rambo! Rambo! Ooh. Another one? Damn, they're all headshots. Rambo! Rambo, jump in! This calls for 45. 45. Look at this. Look at this seat. 45. Hey! I didn't see that shit.
Ay.
Hey, okay. I know where A is, I think. Oh, I thought I saw someone there. Only me left? Yeah, I should have reloaded. Match point? No. It's never the match point if you keep waiting. Look at this shit. It's never the match point if they never win. Sorry. Look at this. They're gonna be scared. They're gonna be oh so scared. Brother B. Yikes. I'm sorry. Wow, 8. Wait a minute. Just ignore his Jawa. He's Jawa. Ignore him. Thanks. That reassured my soul. I'll play more. I'll play. Let me check the time though. 4:15. I have to stop at around 5 something. Yeah, around 5:30 or 6. Yeah, around that one because badminton. I have badminton every Thursday, so I'm just gonna do it. Huh? Whoa. Badminton? What? Yeah. What? Wait. Whoa. Wait. No way. Sorry, give me a second. What? All Nintendo eShop soundtracks. Yeah, okay, just listen to this one. Taken a close beta. I'm in. Okay, close beta schedule. I'm in the close beta. I'm in the Tekken 8 close beta. What's the level ring match? Okay, Tekken Fight Lounge. Oh, they show some offline things. It's 20. It's fucking tomorrow. Tomorrow 1 a.m. Tomorrow 1 a.m. So tomorrow PDT. 1 a.m. PDT to GMT plus 8. GMT, okay, GMT 7. Wait, PDT 12 a.m. So 1 okay, 1 a.m. PDT. Anyone? Okay. 1 a.m. PDT. Let's see. GMT. So 1 is 8 plus 8 is 16. So tomorrow 4 p.m. Tomorrow 4 p.m. I can play Tekken 8? Really? Dude. I received the email about it. It's like, what? This Tekken 8 closed beta test and I'm in? I can play more Tekken 8. Oh my god, yes. Oh hey, look, another furry. That looks very custom-made character. This one. That looks pretty custom-made. Albeit as like a fox or something, but yeah. Cool beans. Together we can do this. Bro, did you just wake up? Ugh! 一号想睡觉。Ooh, damn. Ooh, damn. I didn't shoot anything. Ooh, damn. All the head shoots. Bomb has been defused. Damn, look at the 100% headshot rate. That's scary. Holy shit, shit. You feel sleepy? Kinda, yeah. The hypo symptoms aftermath is like kicking in really hard.
我来抢一道，有没有伞呀？
Oh
刀他，刀他，刀他，刀他！
刀。
枪呀，哥们儿，刀他呀！
We can see you snore and sleep talk. You want to see me sleep talk?
可以。
门外有一个。
Oh, god damn! How do they even headshot with that far? You can see snore sleep talk. Maybe you simp your sleep. How would I simp? How would I simp my sleep? Unless I dream about dragons, then maybe. But I don't know. What do you mean by that? Are we rushing B? We should save? I didn't see if I bought everything I can. Man, they have 大G. Oh my god. Dude, I just keep getting headshots. I have 0 headshots. I have 0 headshots. Don't you think ducking here is a little bit scary when there's like AWP going on? But what do I know? Dream of Daddy Dragon? I would dream of Mommy Dragon more, honestly. Oh my god, how the fuck? Ooh, 老六。斑斗花园第一轮奇人机，奇人流。That is just like random noises. 1号想睡觉 Want to sleep on the first. 唯爱洛韩 That's just like some sort of a name. 思量 and paper. 纸 Damn! Damn! Just 大 G. This one 大 G. Ever just playing 大 G at this point 大 G? Deal with your mommy drinker so you won't sleep. Look, Roxas. There are many instances where I cannot sleep because of horny already, so Chinese boy. Walao, a Chinese boy. Oh, goddamn. Turn into a sus stream. You know what, Rox? I mean, honestly, for the past few streams of what I did, was quite sus already, I feel like. Lots of sus going on already. Daji. Where's the bomb?
包掉了呀。
We get to talk kings now? Not in the way that... Not in the way that would get me TOS, you know what I mean? Be subtle. How about no? Yeah, maybe not, maybe not. Maybe not. Eh, Talking kings, Tylra's being a cute girl. Hey, you know, I didn't tell you, but yeah. Yeah. I didn't tell you. But yeah. 大鸡啊，大鸡啊！我操！ I've been to stream that little talk seku. 大鸡，大鸡。 I don't know, but maybe not on my channel. Question mark. Wow, shit. Dude, I'm getting. Well, how you know? 大鸡，大鸡，大鸡啊！大鸡。We thought it going to be a good excuse. No. No. I mean, how else can I don't know. Just being a streamer, I guess? That's how you negative, right? That's how you negative, right? Is this still the shop music? Oh, it is. Oh, it's the different versions. Oh, okay. That's very cute. I should just follow the team, honestly. What am I doing? Whoa! Whoa! What are they shooting at? Whoa! Damn. Uh-oh. Careful. 大鸡! Damn, this person is so good. The 大G skill is really good. I'm just gonna call AWP 大 G, alright? Just recognize the 大 G as being AWP, yeah. They're probably camping the bomb. Yeah, it's all good. Safe. Don't engage. Save your gun! Oh, okay, it's very far. I like the music. Are we not gonna... Sorry, I still call TRG call the game I play. What's TRG? Damn, they're Russian.
打 B 吧，打 B 吧，剩下两个全部在 A 大。
一个另外一个。
Chinese boy? I thought I heard noises when they're going the other way. Damn, I totally suck at this game. Bro, that is so scary.
我操，站别人脸上，我操！
I'm saving.
B 哥们儿，隔壁一个。
Damn, PPP Jong. My reaction is too slow. My reaction is too slow. I cannot do rifle because I just hold on the button. That's why I buy Negib. Albeit Negib is slow, I get it. Guys, I suck. That's what I'm trying to say.
单打耶，前呀，油桶。
Walao, I heard the noises. They're just rushing in. They're just rushing in. I have to say that is very fucking impressive though. They're just rushing in. Ugh. No, just wait for them, I guess. Ooh, no, 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 no. Damn. Oh, what? Yeah, it's not a good idea to just like go out there like that, I think, huh? See, sometimes when they have op, or like when they have the Da G, I don't know what to do. Oh, wait, do you mean you call TRG, you call TRG AWP? aka AWP TRG? Fire. Copyright problem? I have no idea. It's a scary place to put the bomb, but maybe they know something that I don't. Oh shit! Yeah, I'm getting carried. I'm 0% headshot. I managed to have 0 headshots. I'm too good. Two kills, 10 deaths, two assists. My man, what am I doing? I used to only play knife only for that game, such fun. Damn.
逼近了，逼近了。
My AP machine, knife, and knife, 5 of them. Is it like only a? Is it like knife only game? Is that what it is? Ooh. Damn. And the tree run to chase the other person. Knife only game? The 6 type of knife. Sounds like a game that I used to see my friend play. In mid school. No, not Matt. What is it? Black Shot? I think it's called Black Shot if I remember correctly. CSO? Never played that one. There's a bait. That guy has no bomb on them. I can't. I cannot kill them. I cannot kill them. Ooh. Wow, the pressure. Yeah, there's no way. The pressure. Oh my god! Chinese boy is so good? I mean, Chinese. Ah, fuck, I forgot I didn't check my money. S4 I don't know what that is. Oh, there's one game I played back then, Wolf Team. Don't know if it's still here, but Wolf Team used to be the shit. You know, you get to become a wolf, and then you know, there's like different kinds of wolf that you get to be. Damn, you want against Chinese boy? Hey, I was aiming at the head.
这他妈点球点不到吗？我操！攻啊，不然时间不够了。
Yikes! I don't think that's enough time. Smoke! TRG the whole 6 years of middle school. Damn, I think middle school I just played Heroes of New Earth with my friends. And also a shitload of Maple Story and Osu. That's my middle school pretty much. I'm changing site because bombs here. Whoa! Nah. 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 Is TRG like another shooting bang bang game? Whoa! 大鸡啊! Damn, you shot the whole bullet. Ugh. Dude, I can't.
Watch out. These boys have got a bit of an arsenal and they don't mind using it.
A 小上了，
Oh. I feel like sometimes they are too accurate. DRG is what they call Da G. Oh. Oh, how the fuck? Whoa, how the holy shit? Decoy. Oh, he's bomb at B. Damn, Chinese boy. Yeah, I'm absolutely terrible this one. I mean, to be fair, I'm absolutely terrible all the run. My friend ranked top 7 in the game. I can never be like I can never be like good or like good rank for the game like this. Rank top 70 in knife rank. See, I kind of wish like there's like only a pistol only mode in this game. Pistol only, knife only, like casual shit. Like there's deathmatch still, but deathmatch is that when I get out and then I just die instantly. It's like what's the fun in that? You know what I mean? I'm looking for Minecraft Volume Alpha, but with the SM64 sound font. What? Oh, I don't know if I can listen to Pokemon Jazz, but I want to. I think you have to custom it in CS. There's no custom games anymore. Not to my knowledge and to Coffee's knowledge anyway. Last time we were trying to find like custom matches where we can go one-on-one with each other. But it just doesn't exist anymore. Which is very weird, not gonna lie. Yeah. It is what it is, I guess. The sun is shining directly at my face. You know, maybe I'm not doing well because, you know, I'm feeling sleepy this whole stream. Yeah, that's it. See, I have excuses. It's fine. I have excuses. Need to have excuses. Is that coffee? Is that coffee? Oh, nom. I thought it's coffee. Overpass? That's the first. Isn't Overpass... What? Isn't Overpass the Wingman map? God, this is my first time playing this map. It's kind of scary. By playing Kobo TV, you are committing the full match, which could last up to 90 minutes. Oh no, not this map again. No. See, I think the game knows I said that I like nuke. And then the game, not a single nuke happened today. It's like, goddamn. I'm gonna go nuke. Nuke. Anubis, that's the first one. I never played Anubis before. One more? Why is there always one? Thank you. Let's roll. Knife team deathmatch is fun because if they can't win, they keep respawn and fight you again. And then they gang. I mean, it's like a deathmatch, sort of. Yeah, it is deathmatch, but knife. Oh no, what is this map?
Let's do this thing.
What is that map? B, A, so A is true here, back and there. B is true here.
Come on, jump.
Guess we're going B first. What kind of map is this? Just follow them. Damn. Damn. Deathmatch has no team. Team deathmatch have team. Oh yeah, deathmatch has no team, you're right. So just a free for all. Maybe I should play some deathmatch after this. It's like a free for all thing, right? I like team match because I can camp sniper behind someone. I mean, you sniper players, I get it. And me, as the not sniper player, I just like to rush. It's my rush down tendencies, you cannot blame me for that shit. This is so scary. 10 seconds. Just hold on. Oh! But I get one tap by sniper? Yeah, but when I won against a sniper, it feels good. Someone's going echo? No? Okay, no echo. Okay. Like there are multiple times where I won against a sniper and it feels good. What? How does the map work? How does the map work? Oh, hi, Shana. Tyler. Tyler. Yeah, it's very close. It's okay. So I was doing some stuff. No, it's okay. It's okay. It's okay. Just being here when you're able to is already more than good enough, Shadow. There's no need to keep apologizing for it. Like, really. It's okay. Smoke? So I was doing a little smoke here. Oh my god. Oh my god, I'm getting bullied. 哎呀，屁屁屁中啊，真的是。Train is sniper because literally can have 8 sniper in my game. Yeah, I don't like that. That's what casual does, and I fucking hate it. Because like the late game, everyone's just like, oh, .g everywhere. It's like, what fun is there? Just get one tap, there's no strategizing. It's just one tap everything. It's like, that's not fun. That's the opposite of being fun. I can't see shit, man. Wait, that's a... Ooh, that's a nice one. It's not like exactly dragon-like, but it's demon-like. Everyone just came up with a smoke that's so scary. It's like 3 people coming up with the smoke. That's tough, man. Ooh, nice. I love how everyone's just using PP Bijong. It's so good. Whoa! Only one left. Knife? You're gonna get knifed. Aww. Sniper with my shotgun feels good. Yeah. Chompy? Bro, I seriously have no idea how this map works. Okay, that goes to the same place. Bro, can use shotgun good, but you think you get to scare people? Kinda. Not in this game, apparently. Playing a very real make-believe. Playing make-believe. 扮家家酒. Oh, wow. That's tough. Ooh, that's tough. Last one. 半家家酒. It's up to you, Deagle. Let's go, Deagle. Debam, debam. Boy. It's here. Oh! Damn, this is tough. Damn, I'm gonna hunker down for this one. Yeah, I'm gonna hunker down. There's no need to rush because I don't know much about this map, so. Tylra cute popo. What? It's so cute. The dragon cute too. The Lekon. The Lekon. Probably A, feels like? No, you never know. They might just rotate and testing patience. I don't trust this. I'm hunkering down.
Hey, quickly.
Bruh. Straight win. Yeah, I'm trying to follow people now. See, it seems like a good idea, you know, since I don't know much about this map. Yeah, I'll hydrate. A drink is good. Alright, drink is good. Damn! Oh. Yeah, hunkering down seems like a good idea, don't you think? I'm gonna hunker down in the same spot and see how that works out. Like, see how they know, see how well they know about that certain hunker down spot. You know what I mean? This spot right here. It's kind of dark. I think it's not bad. Why are they rushing? Actually, I should just... Oh, they have 大狙啊.
CT.
Map work. Oh!
Let's go. Flashbang.
Seems like a good space. they don't seem to look at here much. You know what I mean? I will use this base until I got destroyed, I think. The taunt noises, I like that.
Throwing flashbang.
Scared, I'm scared, I'm scared. Oh my god, they have 大鸡, 大鸡. Walao, 大鸡, okay. 大鸡啊，裂开了，大鸡啊。
第二个融入局，
大鸡啊，大鸡 then we can just camp here, it's fine. Kobo, have you been playing CS for nearly 4 hours? Yeah. Hi, streamer. I'm utterly addicted to this game.
比下包。
Defusing the bomb.
Compared to good streamer. Hi, Gogeta.
Ooh, shiny.
Wait, yippin? Oh, look, I've double dragon gun. I've double dragon. Wow, 1 ringgit and 15 cents. Well spent. What can I say? Ooh, so spicy. Hope you're doing good. Welcome in. Damn.
Grenade out. Deploying decoy.
Oh, I thought there's a flashbang. Why are they shooting at? Yikes. It's okay, I got you. Oh!
Deploying flashbang.
Hey! They're being monkey! They're being monkey! Yeet.
Throwing a grenade.
What? Feels like A, don't you think? LBB with me can spend more. Nah, I'm not looking for spend more. Hi Perry. How you doing? How's the stream going? I'm recovering from the hypo symptoms aftermath. That's why I'm a little bit tired, but I'm good. I'm good. I was suffering from hypo symptoms this morning at 5:30 because I don't know why. Maybe I injected a little bit too much insulin for whatever reason, and it just sort of makes me feel like click because I'm out of sugar in my body.
Throwing grenade.
But the aftermath is like the aftermath is not too bad. Oh.
闭门外一个。
Ooh. Nope, I'm not gonna shoot yet. Ah, that's right. Negative. We like to see it. Negative. Are they at A or B something? Oh, I see. Okay, I'm going. Oh, they killed it. More? Oh, above. Probably get back to more as soon as possible. Yeah, I'm feeling pretty okay now. Ah! No! Whoa! There's been monkeyed by enemy today. Lots of times, don't worry about it. That's good, yeah. But I hope you're doing good though, Perry. Can I just say that I absolutely adore Rusted a lot? I adore Rusted so much. Oh, sorry. I'm just gonna camp here because I don't know how this map works. Ooh, below. I got you. They come in, they die. Oh, I'm rushing again. This is bad. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Yeah, may be. God, Negev is so heavy though. But I do love a good old Actually, it's not Negib. It's Negib. That's my gun now. Negib. Someone got shot now? Actually, let's camp the bone sides. Why not? Because they might just switch places. They might be saving gun. Yeah. Prepping for a meeting, then getting back to working on my reference for Rusted. Oh, best of luck! I can't wait to see the finish reference for Rusted. Rusted is a sweetheart, not gonna lie. I like that. Might redo your emotes for Rusted. Oh, nice. Maybe I can hide here. Maybe this is better. Yeah, maybe this is a little bit better. Just gonna hide here. What is that sound? I never heard of that sound before. Ooh. Someone? Anyone? No, not this time. No, I have no health. She's the cutest pseudo dragon who's stuck in a jar ever. I can hard agree on that one. Big agree. She's amazing. I do enjoy the vibe of your streams though. Speaking of. Speaking of. The best pseudo dragon.
That's right.
Oh, wow, nice. I'm not the worst. I'm not the worst. I'm finally not the worst. Oh my god. Thank you. Oh, good. You're welcome. Okay, how the fuck do I play this map? I'll follow team. Yeah, let's follow team for this one. Well done. Yeah, I'll take it. Negative OP. I'll follow the bomb. If bomb works, I'll walk. If bomb runs, I run. I got you. I'm your meat shield. I'm your cobalt shield. Hey, oh. Are they waiting for people? Am I waiting for people? Are we supposed to go in? How is there no one at A? Nope, there's someone. I will take it. You guys just waiting for me. Okay, fair. I did say that I'm your meat shield. You're welcome. Can I climb this? That's a fake ladder. I've been debated by a fake ladder. I cannot believe it. Oh, friend. That's friend. Is there someone? Don't be scared. We're all hiding. Just like all sneaky peeky kobolds do. Sneaky peeky. Time to run. I got you. No bully! Oh, someone got knifed. Someone got fucking knifed. That's sad. Nikip. I got the Nikip. Good. Nikip. Why are you giving it to me? Okay, fine. They're bullying the kobold. I don't like it. Nope. No. Oh, panic. How dare they bully the kobold so rude? I know, right? They're just trying the C4 for kobold. They're just asking a kobold to do crime. You know, maybe they're not bullying. Doing crime. Not bad. Do crime. Crime. Yeah, I'll do crime. 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 Okay, how does this map work? I never went here before, but maybe try. Oh, so this is like the short way of doing it. Oh, that G. Okay, let's not do that. Actually. Monkey. Monkey. Yeah, monkey works sometimes, you're gonna believe it. To get back to normal, Tylra has to be monkey too. I just did it. Surprisingly enough, that works. Sorry, that's kind of funny. The monkey. The power of Negev though. I'm throwing a grenade. Don't think anyone's at B. Nah. Oh shit, that was so fast. I didn't even get to react. Wow. Damn, I'm getting carried. I'm so happy. I got the bomb. I got the bomb. I got the bomb. I got the bomb. Yeah. Let me just throw a decoy for funsies and then just like... Damn. Damn. Supplier. We have supplier. Oh, I thought I wasn't getting flashbang there. Oh.
等会把狙。
Nah, I'm camping. I'm camping. Ooh, Tachi. Yeah, crime. Crime. Kobo getting carried, yeah. Oh no, I'm not bad. I carried a little bit, I think. That's a first. Kobo criminal syndicate formed. Yeah. Just Molotov my legs. Just Molotov legs. Oh, it's what? It's already 5:20. Shit. I have to stop here. Especially I want to play more. I want to play more, but I can't. Uh-oh. I'm gonna go Goodminton. There's Goodminton going on. Oh yeah, also, you know, since I just found out that there's gonna be Tekken 8 closed beta test, I'm already in. I'm in the Tekken 8 beta test. I'm already in. I just need to download the Tekken 8 playtest. I just need to download the playtest. It's up here somewhere. Here. I just need to download this one. Also, nice name by the way, CBT. It is in no way, shape, or form it's cock and ball torture. It's closed beta test. It's not, alright? Yeah, definitely not. Alright, very cool. Yeah, I get to play Tekken 8. I think the time says it starts tomorrow at 4 PM my time. Yeah, even on Steam. On Steam, and then it's October 21 AM PDT, right? It's PDT. Let's see. So PDT October 21 AM plus 8. So GMT plus 8. 12 is... Wait, what is it again? Yeah, 1 PM PDT to GMT plus 8. So 12 AM PDT is 7 AM. So that's plus 7 already. Plus 7 plus 8. So 1 AM, 8 plus 8 is 16. 16 is 4 PM. So it starts at 4 PM my time. And I get to play more Tekken 8. Tomorrow at 4 PM. I am so fucking excited because there's like multiple different... it's finally... Yeah, it's also time for me to get back to fighting game. It has been a long while since I last played any fighting game. So yeah, this is a good time to get back into Tekken. Might as well like play some Tekken 7 if I want to, like before. No more Street Fighter. Like sadly my PC cannot handle Street Fighter. Like as much as I want to play Street Fighter, when I open up Street Fighter it just crashes my PC because my PC cannot handle the game. After the update, after the Rashid update, whenever I try to open up the game and go into the battle lobby, it just crashes my PC. And sometimes it's so bad that I have to force shut down my PC. So yeah, it's sad. I love Street Fighter. I want to play it, but the game just destroys my PC because it's not strong enough. What do you mean use your niftiest settings? I already did like the lowest possible. It's literally potato already. Also 19 playable characters. I'm gonna play a lot more Kazuya, definitely. Maybe some Azucena. 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 Fucking Fang is back, I can't believe it. Azucena, Jin, Kazuya, Jun. Like these three is like my play character. Kyung looks great, but I don't know how to play Kyung. Yeah, only these characters. Got one new stage, Orit's Farm. Yeah, because of this, I don't need to apply again. So I can play it. Like I don't need to register once more because I participated in the closed network test. So I'm very excited, very fucking excited tomorrow. Nifty setting is better. What do you mean Nifty settings? Awesomeness, right? Tomorrow 4 PM, finally my favorite game. See, the thing is, I used to stream only Tekken 7 when I first started streaming. Your graphic card? Are you saying that you think I'm using my integrated graphics? No! I have my thing set onto... I have my HDMI cord plugged to my graphics card. And that much at least I know. Let's go look for a raid target. Raid target. Do the setting for a graphic card. What do you mean by that? What do you... Huh? I don't understand. I don't understand what you mean. Oh yeah, also since Tekken 8 starts at 4 PM, I'll just play maybe some Minecraft beforehand and then play the Tekken. Yeah, why not, right? Why not? Why not? Yeah, why not? I'm just gonna do that. I'm just gonna do that. There's Dazi and Unity. Which one to raid? I mean, they're both... Well, they're both kobo per se, but Unity is more cowbold, she says. A cowbold witch VTuber. Oh, she's doing a subathon. Oh, let me check the link. Latest official GeForce driver. I have GeForce. I have GeForce Experience. It's here. Game ready driver. So what? So you mean I need to open up the GeForce Experience and set the settings there and open the game? What you mean? Is that what you mean? Huh? Yeah, okay, I can try. Let's rate Unity. I don't really get a chance to rate Unity before, and now she's doing a subathon. It's a bimbo streamer. What does that mean? Bimbo? Fortuitous timing. Go subathons. Nah, I'm out of money. I need to save up for my KL trip. I just booked a hotel for 900 ringgit. It's like I'm gonna go broke. I'm gonna go broke. I just booked the hotel. What do you mean rich? That's my that's my savings. I've been saving up for it because I want to have a good time at the I want to have a good time at Ferrum this year, and I'll be staying at Hotel Armada until December 16. So I don't know. You asked Hotel Armada why they are so expensive. I wanted to go for Airbnb, but I don't want to bring my 2 huge ass luggage around, then drag them around and one of my backpack. You know why I bring my 2 huge ass luggage. You were there. So you stay in hotel alone? Probably. I mean, if you want to join, if anyone wants to join, maybe I'll like just say it on Facebook and see if anyone wants to join me. I don't know. Or like just bring me go mama or something. I don't know. Probably. I'm just gonna say on Facebook, it's like, hey, I'm gonna stay at KL until 16 December. If anyone want to bring me go mama king, thank you. If not, I just, yeah. If it's free, then yes. I already paid for it, free. If you want to come, then sure. I already paid for you little shit. Let's rate Unity. Let's see, it's already 5:30. Yeah. Wait, let me. Ferrum with no ticket. Oh, I'm not staying at Hotel Armada during Ferrum though. It sounds like a plan. Sounds like a good plan. Just hotel jumping? Yeah, me too. Honestly, during Ferrum, I'll be staying with Leon in an Airbnb, and after that, after the Ferrum ends, and they gonna go back to Sabah, and then I just stay at KL lah, since I want to stay there for a little bit longer because there's like a few friends I want to catch up to. Yeah. And it's also been a long time since I last went to KL and just hang out with my friends. And there's like Salad, Felix, and then there's like Chi Yao and them. Yeah. I miss them, but I don't know if they miss me or not. I'm so scared because it's been so many years since I last go to KL and just meet them. Oh, Chi Yao SG, I don't know. Oh yeah, Chi Yao SG, I forgot. Sounds like a fun how you set up view. Yeah. Honestly, there's already a few things planned for Ferrum. There are a few things planned for me during Ferrum. I'm very excited for it. You're not friend? What do you mean? I'm not saying you're not friend ever. Not visit you? You want me to go visit? Okay, you want me to go visit you? Sure. Tell me your address. I'll grab there. I'll fucking do it. I will fucking do it, you little shit. Tell me your address. I will grab there once I'm there. I will grab there, you little shit. All right, let me do the plugs real quick. It's been a while. Let me summon Bernie.
I am once again asking for your financial support.
Yeah. What's the link? Oh yeah, I have a Discord and also my socials. I should update my socials to Blue Sky instead. After Ferrum Monday, I'm free. Yeah, I'll be staying there until Friday, so plenty of time. And socials. I should probably update like change to Blue Sky. Yeah, most likely. I mean, Twitter is like... Twitter is self-destructing at this point. It's kind of scary. So when Twitter eventually... don't know when it's gonna like explode, I have a blue sky. And Twitter really is, right? It's wild. It's wild how one single billionaire is able to achieve such a preposterous feat. Yeah. It's actually kind of scary, but that's what billionaire does, I guess, huh? Yeah, I've typed in... Gonna type in the red. Low-key scary. To me, I think it's kind of high-key scary, not gonna lie. Nah, it says still my Twitter. Oh, it is. Yep. Yep.
Yep, 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 yep.
Yep. Yep. We yippin'? Why we yippin'? We yippin'?
Yep.
Yep. Hi. Yep. Yep. Oh, what? You can just type it like that? I mean, it's not like I want to say that it's like breaking or some shit. This is what's happening to Twitter right now. Like, what the fuck is going on? It can't even load. Excuse me, Twitter? It doesn't even load. Excuse me. Yeah, this is what I mean by Twitter is self-destructing. Point proven, I would say. You're not logged on? But that shouldn't make it like constantly loading. Is that why? I'm not logged on? So they cannot... Oh yeah, maybe it's like a blue check thing. If you're not logged on, you cannot use Twitter. You're gonna verify your account. Yes? Oh my fucking god. Yep. My point still stands. My point still stands. Twitter is gonna self-destruct at some point. So scary. And Twitter was so adorable too, like the blue bird. And now it's just like an X. I don't know anymore. It will still be Twitter in my heart. Did they say what? Twitter being Twitter or X? Its edgelord era has begun. Hiya. Like, I'm so cool. It's called X now. Wow. You want to know a fun fact about X? Hit me. What's a fun fact about X? They will start to change. They will start to charge $1 next year just by using Twitter. Well, that's fucked. If that happens, then yeah, I'll just go blue sky then. I don't see the need to stay there anymore. What you read, that is already alarming enough if you read that. And you're not a person to read. I know that for a fact. If you read that, that's huge. That means it's being shared around crazy. Just roll then flop. Well, I would still do that. I would still just roll and then flop. I'll be a low-fee kobo in blue sky when push comes to shove. Okay, I type in the rate. I wanna go get dinner before I go get good minted. Let's rate Unity. Yeah, I'm gonna get... Oh, wait. Oh, oops. Unity has 16 minutes left on the subathon. 16 minutes. Do I rate? Would it be bad if I rate her now? The one in the trillion, I forgot what the exact pack was, but all I know is Melon changed it because his dollar was either transgender or lesbian, at least that's what I heard. I don't think so. Oh, timer is going up again. Yeah, let's rate Unity. Okay, before the raid, I want to say thank you all so much for joining with me today. Really appreciate all of you. Love you all so much. Know that you guys are all loved, valid, and matter. Very valuable. Love y'all. Here comes the raid to Unity. A cowboat. Cowboat, huh? Yeah, and I have to go Goodmanton afterwards. So yeah. Thanks for stream. Thanks for being here. Thank you. That was called by my YouTube video. Oh. Kobo coming to DMs? Probably. I might not be able to respond as much DM tonight because I will be in badminton, so yeah. I hope you don't mind me just like being very slow with my DMs. And of course the anxiety and shit. And also rate message. This and also this. Yeah, fine. Alright. And I'm getting late? Okay. I'll take it. Gonna rate shinies. A shiny will be ours. We're just sharing. Borrowing. But we don't know the return date, so we don't know. I'm gonna wait for the time to go down. Yeah. Gonna get the shinies. So tomorrow I'll play some Minecraft and also some Tekken 8 if I can. So be safe everyone. Bye bye.